Hello. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. Today we are going to paint miniatures. We're going to paint another Roman soldier because I have so many of these guys, and this one I prepped but did not paint before I left for Japan, so he's just kind of burning a hole in my pocket right now. So he's gonna get the treatment. He's gonna get the workout. Hello everyone. Winday has requested a Roman era workout, and as far as I know, the only Roman era workouts are there's a couple of Roman era workouts, but they're mostly like marching and digging ditches. Is most of what they are. Music Drummer 01 asks what Roman junk foods were like. So the answer to that's a little bit interesting. It's a little bit of an interesting answer there. There's two ways to kind of carve this up. The first is that there wouldn't really be like junk food in the way that we think about it, because the existence of junk food as a 21st century person thinks about it is very much downstream of the part where a person taking a big old sip here, very much downstream of the part where a person, what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for here? Where the entire society, there we go. That's the word I'm looking for here. Where the entire society has too many calories. Where we just have a truly massive amount of calories available to us, and where our diets are more kind of like, where we have a serious dietary concern over trying to have fewer calories in our diet, and that's just not true of the Romans. That's just not going to be a real concern for them. They are going to be, as a society, the Romans are pretty concerned and pretty limited in terms of getting total number of calories. Yes, that's where I was going with this. This is the other part of the answer. Is kind of interesting. Is the Romans absolutely did have forms of fast food, and it wouldn't have been the same type of fast food that we are used to. It would probably be more logical to call it, counter serve, right? It would be fast food in the sense that like food trucks are fast food, where that sort of thing. We do have those. What we're doing painting Strawberry Stardust. Also, hello Strawberry Stardust. It's good to see you again. How are you? Is my shoutout command working? Shoutout command is still not working. What is happening? Streamerbot is just like breaking in every way. Did they start vibe coding over at Streamerbot or at Twitch? Has Twitch been vibe coding? Because that would make sense. That would explain what's happening here. Yes. Driving. That's all I can think of. Yes, that's all I can. But yes. So they definitely did have like counter-serve restaurants. We even have like the remains of some from like Heraclinum. They are very recognizably like counter-serve restaurants where you could go in and have a hot meal in like seconds, right? That they would have multiple different soup pots going with probably different types of soup. But the one that's really interesting in here, is, forgive me, my Latin is not good, Icicia Aumentata. Is a like minced meat and pine nut and garum patty, right? You take some, you mince some pork or beef, and you add pine nuts and garum and fry it and it's a hamburger, is what it is. That is an ancient hamburger, you know, on either bread or arugula. And this is one of those things that I think is really interesting, because I've been thinking about this a lot, that us Americans are kind of self-consciously basing ourselves off of ancient Rome, right? I don't think people should be that confused about this. This is something that's been true about our culture for a long time, since the independence of our country from the United Kingdom. There's been a lot of very self-conscious, deliberate Romanization of ourselves. And the usually this is in the form of thinking about like the types of laws we have, our constitutional order, that kind of thing. Well, the Pax Americana that's deliberate. That is deliberate. But like we use all those like Roman style columns. Oh, Aspen. Wow. Okay. Hold on. Quick shout out at Aspen. Let's see if I'm being rate limited. How are you doing, Aspen? How are you doing? You were doing something with Panda Hero Rue. You were doing a co-stream with Panda Hero, weren't you? I forget what it was, though. You were doing something together. The two of you were doing something together. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I am going to be painting some Roman miniatures today. A little Roman guy. But for the moment, I'm just kind of doing a little bit of a history talk. Yeah, of course you do. Of course you do a lot together. Obviously you do a lot together. That makes just perfect sense. How are you doing? How are you doing? I haven't even gotten in the initial hellos. I try to hold off on the initial hellos until like the 20-minute mark. But yes, people asked some questions about ancient Rome, and I was describing the EVGA Aumentata, which is basically a Roman hamburger. It is functionally an ancient Roman hamburger. And I was kind of reflecting on the fact that it's kind of interesting how American culture is so, like, self-consciously Romanizing itself. Self-consciously and deliberately Roman-esque and Roman-invoking. And I think that's generally pretty interesting. And this is like a particularly interesting little like mini convergence, right? That like both of us are obsessed with the burger. It is the most American of things, is to turn everything into a burger. And then, you know, the burger landers. But we have there's obviously some other big ones, right? Like the type of public architecture that we have, is very self-consciously and deliberately Roman. We've named like half a dozen things after Cincinnati. Well, I mean, if we are the next... Well, the Roman Empire... When the Roman Empire goes down, it goes down slow. That's one of those things that sometimes gets a little bit missed in narratives around the collapse of the Roman Empire, because we're so far removed from it, right? That, like... The Roman kingdom is founded in like 750 BC, right? The Roman kingdom is founded like 750 BC. The Roman Republic is like somewhere in the 400s BC. The Roman Empire doesn't even get founded until 30 CE. And then like the normal date for the end of the Roman Empire, the conservative date is 1453, and the goofball, my preferred date for the end of the Roman Empire is 1922. So it took a long time, and every time the Roman Empire retreats from a major area of its holding, it is a fight. Every single step of the way. It is a fight every single step of the way. People who thought of themselves as Roman did not give up their Romanness without a fight. And even, like, the crisis of the 3rd century, Rome bounces back from that, right? Like, Rome loses almost all of its territory in the crisis of the 3rd century and gets pretty much all of it back, like, very quickly. So being Roman was very popular amongst Romans, and when they got the opportunity to reassert their Romanness and bring back Rome, was hello, the Watcher. Well, the question of, like, American Roman convergence. The question of American Roman convergence. If the U.S. is like the Roman Empire in terms of historical trajectory, we've got what, like, another 1,000, 2,000 years of America, which is a weird thing to think about, and I don't know if that's true. But yeah, I was mostly thinking, somebody asked about, like, Roman junk food, and so I brought up the Isica Omentata, which is a Isicia Omentata, which is please forgive my Latin, which is a ancient Roman hamburger. It's a Roman hamburger. It is minced beef with pine nuts and garum fried and then served on bread. Oh, the end of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was founded as the Sultanate of Rum. That Rum there does mean Rome. They were self-consciously and deliberately they cast themselves as the heirs to Rome, and they did capture and rule from Constantinople. So I think they've got a reasonable claim. I think they've got a kind of reasonable claim to being the actual Roman Empire in a continuous manner. I think it's not faking. I think that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable. Kiev is faking. Kiev are the fakers. That's fake Rome. That's fake Rome. Third Rome is fake Rome. But Constantinople is real Rome. I haven't even gotten the hellos. Let's get in the hellos. Because I need to get in the But anyway, yeah, the one of the things I think about all the time in terms of the big thing I think about is, like, American Roman convergence is the civic citizenship thing. That's one of the most important things that made Rome successful, and I think it is the most important part to America surviving as long as it has. I think with our constitutional structure and geography, we would have collapsed much more badly much earlier if we didn't have the civic citizenship tradition. That's a big thing with the Romans. And in the case of Rome, it's really outstanding. Nobody else is doing that at the time. In the case of the present, India's been doing civic citizenship, and they're trying to not do civic citizenship. It's probably going to get a lot of people killed. Already has gotten a lot of people killed. There's probably a couple other countries. I don't know. I don't know enough about, like, every single legal system on the planet. Okay, I am going to do push-ups because somebody did redeem. Winday redeemed workouts. Thank you, Winday, for redeeming workout. Okay. Push-ups. 10. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Whew. Thank you for the workout. If the Roman Empire is the reason why we do have short haircuts for men, that's interesting. That is pretty interesting. Did not know that. Didn't think very hard about it. There's a lot of Roman clothing and fashion that we definitely did not take. The Romans were big non-believers in pants. They were big pants deniers. anti-pants action from the Romans. And they were also, they didn't do sewing, which I always find kind of interesting. Best push-up total in a single set? I will be honest, whenever I've been, like, really good at doing push-ups, yeah, no sewing, Ring of Birds. Yeah, it's all folding. All folding and pinning. Very weird, right? With push-ups, what happens when I get stronger and better at push-ups in my life, I tend to not do more per set. I tend to do harder push-ups. So I tend to go lower to the ground, and I tend to start raising my feet. I tend to do, like, reverse elevation push-ups. I do also do different push-up variations. My normal is actually pseudo-planches. I don't normally do regulars. I normally do pseudo-planches, and sometimes I do diamonds. I like diamonds. I almost never do regulars. I have not gotten to Fraud yet, Watcher. I have not even beaten the base game yet. I do like Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill is really good. Ultra Kill is really good. Let me get in the hellos. Hello, Almantas VT. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Elon Knighton. Hello, Winday. Hello, Music Drummer 01. Hello, Melkor the Great. Hello, Iro. Hold on. I'm sorry. Anonymous. Thank you for the... Hold on. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. As I keep on needing to point out, I am this is a viewer-supported stream. This is a viewer-supported stream. It is supported by viewers like you, like this Anonymous who has just gifted a gift sub to Salutation. Very, very kind of you. These gift subs keep me, they keep food in my belly, and they keep paint on my brushes, and they keep my stream on the air, and thank you so much. Every contribution helps so much. Where was I? There was Beautiful Angel, Barrel Full of Squirrels, Winday, Akshi, who shouted me out. Thank you very much, Akshi, for the shout out. I hope that you're paying attention to your own stream. And where was I? Winday, Barrel Full of Squirrels, Carmelo, hello, and Sabork, and Theo X539, and Aspen Dracina, and Toxic Red Flag, and Vovern, and Strawberry Stardust, and Panda Hero Roo. Hello to Panda Hero Roo, and hello to Colebounds, and hello to Watcher0509, and hello to Du Turn, and hello to B Bozy, and hello to Flea Flicker, and hello, of course, to Ring of Birds, and hello to our anonymous gifter, and hello, of course, to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you. You need to draw fish. I love your drawings, Colebound, so please enjoy drawing your fish. I will be painting, probably sooner rather than later, because I want to get to that. So, yes, this will be a stream where I think quite a few people are going to be co-working, which is very fine. Which is very good. Of course. I feel like I have stalled out on pretty much all of my art forms, which is a little bit frustrating, but I think... Maybe I shouldn't say stall out. Maybe that's an excessively harsh term. Maybe I should say plateau. I think plateau might be a little bit more generous That might be more accurate and more generous. I'm just looking for something here. I'm gonna put on some tunes. Relaxed period of creative medium. It's true. It's true. And remember that tomorrow is Bandcamp Friday, folks. If you want to buy some music and support some artists, tomorrow is a great day to do it. You know what? Models. Category that I'm not going to mog. Let's. What a shame. What a shame. I get spoiled by being in categories that I just completely destroy. It makes me feel kind of goofy about, like, viewbotting discourses. It's just like, oh, like, what would I get out of viewbotting, right? Like, I'm already, like, frequently the #1 streamer in games that I stream because I'm the only person who's streaming Rabbit and Steel and Whiskerwood and stuff like that. So it'd be very silly for me to even bother. Oh, Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Numbers Go Up. That's very kind of you, and Numbers Go Up. Enjoy your tanks and dance emotes. Okay. Numbers do go up sometimes. Sometimes they go up. Sometimes they go down. Sometimes they go down. Sometimes they go down. But yeah, so I mean, this is kind of a small aside. I don't think it's super duper interesting. I don't have a ton to say about it. There has been some viewbotting discourse over on Blue Sky and Twitter, and it's mostly pretty boring as these discourses go, because really all that happened was that some big shot manager type was saying like, oh yeah, you should start viewbotting. He was just like, oh yeah, viewbotting's just like wise. It's just a wise technique. And if you don't viewbot, you're just kind of a mug. And I just don't think that's true. I just don't think that's good advice. Because there's kind of two situations that people use to kind of rationalize why they would viewbot. For most of us, viewbotting is kind of silly. From my perspective, it's very silly, even if I'm just being like entirely mercenary and cynical about it. Thank you for the scruples. Pro Stoic, yes, I'm painting, I've got a little Roman guy that I'm going to be painting. I've got a little Roman guy. And hello, Miss Gravestone. Hold on, let me give the shout out to Pro Stoic. Wait, what? Hold on, is shout out not spelled that way? What? Okay, I spelled it the exact same way and it said it was recognized that time. Pro Stoic, I played a game right before stream. I played a match of Mechabellum, and my opponent was really mad at me for deploying Scorpions too early, which was very entertaining to me because I never use Scorpions. Scorpions are like one of my least used units in the game. But I need to do something about Steel Ball, so I brought out the Scorpions. He didn't have enough chaff, and he did have Scorpions, so. I'm sorry, he did have. He nearly turned it around. He nearly won. He nearly turned it around. I won like 4 rounds in a row by pretty narrow margins. They started to turn it around really hard in like round 7 or something like that, and I was like, oh geez. So I you know, it was fairly close. It was actually fairly close. There was a decent amount of back and forth. He did a very good fort pivot that was the real question. Was like, could I deal with his fort pivot? It turns out the scorpions were in fact the answer to the fort pivot. I went over, I added acid to the scorpions, and then that, it turns out, I think this is probably well known, but yeah, or acid scorpions manhandle fortresses very, very brutally. Hold on a sec, I need to grab the primer. Oh. Where's my primer? Where are you? Oh, primer's over here. And hello, Melkor, and hello, Miss Gravestone. I am doing well. I am doing well. I am doing well. I feel like you've only seen me recently, Miss Gravestone, so you probably are not aware that I have been painting. I have a box set of 100 ancient Roman miniatures. So I have been painting a lot of these guys. Thank you for the watch streak, Gravestone. Thank you for the watch streak. How are you doing this morning? How are you doing this morning? Let's add a little bit more light here. Yep, an entire century. Historicals are just so freaking cheap. Historicals are just so freaking cheap. And let's use... For some reason, I'm being very stubborn about sticking to using my number 2 and number 4 brush and not using any of my other brushes. Especially because the number 2 brush is like really wrecked, so I don't want to like... I can't entirely tell what I did to it to mess it up so badly. Okay. And we'll see how, if my wet palette kept my paints relatively... usable in the intervening month since I last used them. I had a pretty good day. I am I'm a pretty infamous, and I like to use the word horrifying, insomniac. And that tends to define a lot of the rhythm of my life, is that I have a lot of trouble sleeping, and so I just have days where I'm just exhausted the whole day. And today was one of those days. Today was an off day for me, unfortunately. So I got a fair amount of my stuff done, but not everything. I am deep in one of the annoying creator minds, which is cataloging my taxes, itemizing my deductions. I'm reasonably sure that America has the most annoying tax system on the planet. I'm not 100% on that, but I've never heard of anybody's tax system being anywhere near as annoying as ours. I haven't finished, but I'm down to... But I've got past the hardest part, which was travel expenses. Travel expenses was the one that I was just, like, really not looking forward to doing. And so I am past that hump. But oh, Mr. Stoic, are you still here? There's something I wanted to ask you. I mentioned it briefly in your chat, but I don't know if you caught it or not, so I want to put you on the spot. Maybe I should do it in DMs, but I'm going to do it live, if you're still here. I know that a lot of people prefer using black primer because you get the free shadows. But I actually kind of feel like for what I'm trying to do right now, the white primer is absolutely to be preferred. Because the white primer forces me to not do that. Part of it is, of course, obviously, that as I've pointed out many times, I am painting slow on purpose, right? I am, if anything, I feel like I've kind of actually been moving a little bit too fast with some of these guys, and I can take my time a little bit more. Hello, Kara. Hello, Kara. Hello, my dear friend Kara. Let me give you a shout out. We love this crow around here. One of my favorites. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We talked about burgers. That's what we did. Talk about ancient Roman burger. Yeah, the ancient Romans had burgers. They had hamburger. The Isicia Omentata. I've heard that apparently Wendy's is, like, bad. I haven't eaten at a Wendy's in a very long time. So... I don't know. I just kind of remember hearing somebody... I saw somebody saying something about it, like, earlier, like, a week or so ago, that Wendy's is, like, exceptionally poor within the world of fast food. Which, you know, the only fast food place I've eaten at in, like, 20 years is... is Taco Bell. I might have eaten at Taco John's at some point in there. Are we at the point of counting Chipotle as fast food? That's my question. Because Chipotle I've eaten at. I don't like Chipotle, but I have eaten it. But, yeah. I haven't eaten at McDonald's or a Wendy's or a Burger King in north of 20 years. I mostly associated Wendy's though with the shakes more than anything else. Well, they do have those like weird square burgers, right? That's like part of their gimmick is that their burgers are square. It's White Castle? Oh, I thought White Castle's gimmick was that the burgers were tiny. Genuinely, I'm not sure I ever have actually eaten White Castle. I know I've never eaten In and Out. I know I've never eaten it In and Out because I never even heard of In and Out. A White Castle? Huh. I mean, the real thing to see it that would be crazy to see in Brooklyn would be a Pizza Hut. I would say Domino's, but Domino's actually has been quite successful in Brooklyn. Oh, In and Out, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the In and Out's all West Coast. I never even heard of an In and Out until like 2 years ago. You got back into Overwatch. Oh no. Oh no. The pain. I did actually see that. I did see that. I did see that you were playing Overwatch again. So you're reinstalled. I have been playing Warframe. Inari got me to start playing Warframe again. I finally finished Steel Path. And the weird part about actually having goals in Warframe as opposed to just kind of like dissolutely doing whatever you feel like is that once I kind of got to that goal, I was just like, I don't know what to do with myself. And then I just kind of took a nap. Genuinely, I prefer playing games that don't have like progression and goals. I find that the progression and goals like actively take away from my enjoyment. So in the near Overwatch collab, who's Emil? That's the question. Who gets to be Emil? Wu Yang? Okay. I don't even know who that is. Yeah. Emil. Yeah, who gets to be Emil? That's the important character. No Emil? Brutal. Fake fans over at Blizzard. Yep, he's just ahead. Yep. I mean, you just put the Yoko Taro mask on like whoever, right? Hello, Xanadu, and hello, 1,000 Skeletons. Just to make Emil the hamster. Actually, 1,000 Skeletons, that's kind of inspired. Wrecking Ball's entire body just being the Emil head is actually pretty inspired. That's pretty good. +2. +2 skeletons. 1,002 skeletons. How are you doing, Skellingtons? And how are you doing, Xanadu? Good morning to Xanadu. Felt someone talking about Yoko Taro games. Well, unfortunately, you've been bamboozled. We were talking about Overwatch. Overwatch has a collab with Nier. I still haven't actually played the Overwatch, the Nier collab with Monster Hunter. Been fine. Just fine. fine. The skeletons have just been fine. No, they. Well, no, it was 14. It was 14. You're right. I thought they had I thought it was near. I thought it was near, but I think it was 14. I think you're right. Folks are safe now, but you still worry about. That's fair. That's very fair. Yeah, that's very fair. They live to hell and gone off by the sea. I'm sorry, I'm not parsing. I don't know what that means. I apologize. That's an English failure on my part. Live outside the city. Okay. Yeah, living outside the city is a goofy thing to do in the 21st century. Love the city, baby. Gotta have that public transit, baby. Yeah, as you can see, this brush is... hold on a second. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna restart that camera after I clean out the brush for a second here. But first of all, let's turn off Studio. Okay, there we go. There we go. Looks to hell and gone. Okay. I gotcha. I've only played Nier Automata. I have not played Gestalt or Replicant. So let's see if my wet palette has held up at all. Okay, the red is still live. I'm pretty sure the silver is dead, but I think the red is still alive. I've heard differing opinions. It's worth pointing out that as a rule, as a general rule, I'm going to be pretty anti-remake. I really tend to think that it's worth experiencing things in their original terms. Especially the jank. I also kind of just love jank, so... yeah, I love jank. Huge fan of Stalker, huge fan of Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodlines. Yeah, I embrace it. Embrace it. I live for it. And honestly, a lot of games I've seen, like, the remakes for, I thought the remakes looked ugly. The one I've never played Demon's Souls, but I remember seeing, like, side-by-sides of the Demon's Souls remakes next to the, like, screenshots from the original, and it was just like, oh my god, they made this so much uglier. It's added random bits and bobs that make it look stupid. Grumpy old man near makes more sense to you. Yeah, that's what I've heard is that that's kind of what that game's about. Is about grumpy old man. Grumpy old man. I should probably just watch somebody play it, to be honest. That's probably what I should do. There's so many games that I'm like, I'm gonna save this for stream, and then it's like, I'm clearly never going to play it on stream. I kind of made that decision about Ebb. Pretty much today, I was like, oh, this seems like a game I should really play on stream, and it's like, I'm not actually going to do that. Like, that's actually not going to happen. Like, Ebb looks really cool. I don't even know what the full name of it is. The D&D game where your stats are, like, arguing with you. It's like, yeah, this looks super cool. Well, I'm gonna do a little refocusing. Let's get you out of there and put you closer to the center. There we go, that's better. I just, like, have to acknowledge, like, I'm not actually going to do that. It's not even, like, an opposition thing. It's just, like, a... Like, thinking about how much of my stream time is actually playing video games. And... like... when am I going to get around to things? Right? Like, I am basically making 0% forward momentum on clearing my stream game backlog. The only real question on my stream game backlog is, when do I go back to Dark Souls? Everything else feels like a minor question in comparison. We're already in March, which means that was the last time I played Dark Souls, was last March. Because March was the Dark Souls of subathons. We are going into ads, folks. We are going into ads. I'm going to stop using the number 2 brush because I'm being an idiot with it. We'll be back in just a minute. So I will see you all soon, TM. All right, let's see. I don't know if you guys are still seeing through the ads right now. Literally the ads started within seconds of you getting here. Halbernacht, hello. Hello. Halbernacht. Halbernacht was playing Half-Life 1. Halbernacht was playing Half-Life 1. Halbernacht was playing Half-Life 1. Your timing's impeccable. Your timing's insane. How was Half-Life 1? How was Half-Life 1? Are the Raiders seeing the are the Raiders getting mercy? Are the Raiders getting mercy on seeing through the ads? I don't think they are. Fuck the helicopter though. Fair. For I don't know what I do. So I've got 2 minutes left and I can't tell what's happening. I can't tell who can see me or not. I don't, oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm in ad limbo. I feel like I'm in ad limbo zone. I feel like I'm in ad limbo zone right now. I don't know what's happening right now. For the... Please stick around. I guess I'll do the intro when you get here. Fuck the helicopter. I mean, it's interesting how many moments are in that game that are just, like, very memorable, like, fuck this moments. That's the thing that I find kind of interesting about Half-Life 1. It's how many people have so many things that they get cranky about. Had limbo zone. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, hold on. 30 seconds. I guess I get back to painting a little bit. I'm gonna stop trying to force the number 2 brush. I'm gonna stop trying to conscript my my poor destroyed number 2 brush. Poor destroyed number 2. Playful antagonist way. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's the thing. Is like having that kind of like playful antagonism is like a sign of some pretty good game design, right? I think it's a sign of some pretty good game design. Okay, folks are back. Folks, I know folks are definitely back. Okay. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I talk a lot about history. I do mostly calligraphy. I am painting a little Roman guy. I am painting a little Roman guy because I have 100 of these little bastards. I think this is number 15. So I've got a long ways to go before I get through this box set because as Hal has mentioned, historicals go crazy. Historicals go absolutely crazy. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. Not in the raid, but hello, Almantas. Yes. And hello, Zeitai Baka... hold on. Zeitai Kabe Game. Zeitai Kabe Game. Can you paint one really cute for me? I am going to paint them... there's not a lot of options to make them look cute. I am sticking to trying to make them relatively historical looking. So I'm trying to stick to, like, historically reasonable dyes. Most of them have been matter. Most of them have been matter. This guy is matter. I have done at least one with weld. I could do one with, like, weld woad. I did go over that, that historical article about, about experimental archaeology around woad and matter dyes, and there's a way to make... There's something that was like... Was it spent woad comes out pink? Romans definitely did not have avocado. Romans extremely did not have avocado. Avocado was a New World crop. Hence why we get the name for avocados from Nahua. But they're extremely a New World crop. This guy though, I guess I'm doing matter, because I just kind of autopilot him to matter. Woad is used to make a lot of dyes, but blue is the most famous one. Blue is the most famous one. Let me go grab the paper. Let me go grab the paper when I've got a second here. Also, obviously, Hal, if you need to raid and run because it is 11 o'clock, and I suspect that you have work in the morning, please feel free to raid and run if you have not already done so. And same with anybody else who came in via Halbernacht. For my own folks, Hal is somebody you guys should check out. Hal is somebody that you guys should check out. Hal is mostly a painting streamer. I think he is probably the paintingest VTuber. I think he's probably the paintingest VTuber out there. And he also plays a lot of cool old games. He plays a lot of cool old games. He is very much the type of guy to be playing Illbleed. Illbleed. And I don't think he's actually played Lifeline, but he is the type of guy to play Lifeline. He plays a lot of cool games. Like The Simpsons, I've been going for so long that my sheer painting hours cannot be beat with a time machine. I learned recently that The Simpsons has been on the air longer than the Spartans were the most powerful Greek state. Which I find very, very funny. As ever on my Spartan hating train. It's been on the air. It's over 30 years. It's over 30 years of airtime, and the Spartans only had reasonable claim to being the most powerful Greek state for a little bit over 30 years. The Spartans were weaker than the couch gag. Couch gag is, of course, there's little shame in losing to the couch gag. There's little shame in losing to the couch gag. Couch gag is very strong. the most Simpsons VTuber, Vividly VV, posted a meme the other day that is just really gonna stick in my brain forever. I'm a level 5 Simpsons fan. I don't even watch any episodes. Just absolutely did me in. Absolutely murdered me. That was the main thing I learned from the Chapo boys, was that humor isn't knowing how to make jokes. Humor is having episodes of The Simpsons memorized. I can't imagine a South Park household. That's like a crazy concept to me. Maybe it's just kind of like an old, and so I think like I think like a MASH household, or like a I Love Lucy household. Was getting good grades so you can watch whatever. Okay. I thought you meant that like your parents, like you would watch like you would sit down with your parents and watch South Park, and I'm like, that's nuts. Like, that's crazy. Not impossible, just like wild to me. He's with your dad. Remember watching 24 Zetai? That is... Remember when the Supreme Court cited episodes of 24 as, like, for court decisions? Yep. I think it was Alito. Famous normal guy Alito. Yeah, if you ever like anytime I hear people be like, "Oh, humans just have like an innate, built-in, intrinsic." Well, I am completely off camera. Humans just have like an innate, built-in capacity for telling the difference between fiction and nonfiction. I'm just like, they absolutely do not. That is just absolutely not true. That is not a thing that humans can do. If anything, they almost seem to have the opposite. Right? We can be fooled. Well, it's actually one of the big debates I remember from like the scholarship of propaganda when I was studying that in college. Was like, does it actually matter for a propaganda department to pretend that it's not a propaganda department? Because it's like a truism, right? It's like a truism about propaganda that like you need to like name yourself like the Ministry of Information or whatever. And it turns out that might just like not matter. Like that might just like not matter at all. Like people, it seems that people will just like consume openly labeled like, hey, this is government propaganda, and people just be like, oh yeah, that's, you know, that's whatever. That's fine. You know. you know, humans are sillier creatures than we want to give ourselves credit for. Okay, so we're getting to the point where I'm going to have to start making the real decision about painting this miniature. Which is what skin tone? Reacher. Reacher is the modern 24. I didn't even have to think about that. It's Reacher. I wonder what's the most, like, offensively propagandistic show I can think of. Oof. My paint bottles are not well sorted at the moment. Hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? How are you doing? There we go. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. You know what's really goofy is that I don't actually have a game where I would play Ancient Romans in. Even if I was the type of person to actually get out there and play games with my models, which I'm not particularly. I don't actually have one for Ancient Romans. Like, I mean, these are from Atlantic Wargames, and Atlantic Wargames does have a game that's designed around these guys, but I've never read the rulebook, so I don't know. The game that I'm really excited about that I learned about recently, and I don't know if Hal or any of the other mini guys here have heard of this one. I've talked about it on stream. I talked about it on stream on like Monday. I'm super excited about it. Is called Clouds of Smoke. That one I find really exciting. And the Goonhammer Historical guys have upsold me on a 7 Years War skirmish game by the Saga people that sounds really interesting. Hello, Sheik. Hello, Sheik. I don't know, I almost never play war games. I play so few war games in actual practice. I just read the rule books all the time. I just keep reading the rule books. Hello, Noir. Hello, Noir. Let me give a shout out to Noir. Shout out RG Noir. How are you doing? How are you doing, bud? I don't know what you mean by interesting. Is that like a backhanded insult? They've been doing it for years, apparently. Let me go over to Goonhammer. I'm gonna take it as a neg. Yep, same people who made Saga. I am okay. I am okay. I'm in the early stages of painting a mini for the first time in a long time. I haven't decided what skin tone to do this guy with. I think a darker skin tone might be the way to go. Because I tend to get better results. Tan is where I've failed. Tan is where I've done really bad. Tan has been my weakest. I can do like super pale with some reliability, and I can do like really dark pretty reliably. Really dark has actually been my most successful. I think. Like sub-Saharan African dark. Like Nubian Axmite dark. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do my own skin tone. I can't do my own skin tone. The like olivey, like greasy one. Well, yeah, but maybe I should do the easy one on my first day back, right? Because it's still a matter of getting back into it, right? So give me a second here. And yeah, the hand cam definitely makes me look paler than I am in real life. Part of it is I've got like a lot of light on. There's a lot of really bright lights on me right now, but yeah, the hand cam does make me look quite a bit paler than I actually am. And congratulations, Sheik. Congratulations. Of course. I mean, I'm assuming you want to be in this master's program, right? That this isn't a dirge of a master's program. That you did, in fact, apply to a program that you wanted to be in. Oh, right, messed up here. Some of that covered. Let's do the shield. So right there. But yes. I think I might need to break out the magnifiers again. You miss being in an academic setting. I loved being in grad school. I loved being in graduate school. I know that that's like super uncommon, but I love graduate school. I had a great time there. May have been one of the only times in my life I didn't feel like I was like intensely out of my depth. I think for a lot of people, they feel like home. To be honest, I didn't feel particularly good about school until graduate school. Graduate school felt way better for me than the rest of my schooling. Still trying to decipher some way to go back to school without ruining the rest of your life. Tricky. Yeah, the price of going to school is pretty brutal. The price of going to school is a nightmare. That's definitely going to add up to a lot. What was I looking for? 1000% die before you could pay back loans. True. True. That is how they seem to have structured things these days. I am very lucky that I got away with a lot of scholarships. Lived in a somewhat strict household, so school was an escape as a kid. Yeah, I've known some people like that. I've known some people who had that kind of upbringing. My household was not particularly bad, so didn't have that particular issue. But I did know some students, some kids like that. Oh my god, that's so obnoxious, music drummer. That is so obnoxious. What was I looking for? I was looking for something here. All right, the magnifying set. Hold on a second. This might actually make me look even more washed out. Yeah, it doesn't make you a charlatan. Charlatan's like a con man. Do people treat like a charlatan? Adjusting my lenses a little bit. I know that I need that one. Let's just do 2.5 by 2. Let's take a look here. This is gonna mess with my tracking so bad. Take a look here. So if I hold the shield here, that you guys can see that. That's a disaster for my eyes. Okay, that actually kind of works for me. Yes, that's very rude of them to treat you like that. I don't know. I never made sense to me, right? Like, an education's just an education. Admittedly, I don't know. Maybe maybe this is like me once again being like a total traitor to the type of background I actually have. The background music reminds me of a Hobby Lobby night. Is that good or bad? Actually, I don't know if that's good or bad. I actually have not spent a lot of time at Hobby Lobbies, so to me, I mostly associate Hobby Lobby with like crime. Like, that's what I think of them as, is like a Christian mafia. Strange to feel like this outside of the store. Okay. By the way, how bad is the tracking looking right now? Because it should, I'm suspecting it looks really jank. Realize this piano music playing. Nice. Anonymous, thank you for the gifts up to normal, and I guess that's also a sign that my tracking is holding up just fine. That's very sweet of you. It's very kind of you. It's probably not bad. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. A little bit alarming. Like, there's times where like people tell me that something like sounds fine or looks good, and it's like, brother, I'm on like my absolute desperation backup plan. So the fact that this looks fine is like actually kind of disturbing. I'm not really particularly bothered right now, because what's going on right now is I'm wearing a huge ass set of magnifying glasses over my face. So like my camera can't really see me. There are times when the model doesn't move. That makes sense. But like there's like 3 layers of lenses between my eyes and the camera. So I'm not gonna worry too much about getting the exterior rim, because I'm gonna have to repaint it like 5 times anyway. I guess it's just nice to get down a layer. And there I just smeared a whole bunch onto the front face of it like a schmuck. I gotta remember to not push while I'm doing this. All pulling, all pulling. Okay. When you look uppish, because it'll track it. Yeah, Joanne's being dead is a lot of my hobby friends are very, very upset about it. And just in case people didn't know, a Hobby Lobby like bankrolled ISIS. Like, I don't know if people know that. like Hobby Lobby bankrolled ISIS. They're like they're insane. Like, yeah, Hobby Lobby bankrolled ISIS. Yeah, I wonder if I can find the court case. But yeah, so the actual legal documents almost never say this. The actual legal documents will almost never say. I've almost never seen it like in like the easily accessible legal documents. But when they say uncertain provenance, what is going on in this court case, right? What is going on in this court case is that Hobby Lobby has bought a whole shitload of ancient Sumerian artifacts, like very illegally, like very, very illegally. And given the timing and questions around provenance, like the only people they could have bought these from were ISIS. Yeah, hey Lux, hey Lux. Oh, thank you for the hype train. Community train? Wait, what? That's different. That's different. What's a community train? What's a community train? But yeah, Hobby Lobby was it is different. What is it? What is it? What is it? I am supposed to be the professional here, and I have no idea what's happening. It's blue. It is blue. That is accurate. Okay, yeah, even just like 2.5x magnification feels crazy. I do feel a little bit dumb about buying this particular magnifier because I think, like, having used this a few times, I think I'd rather have a desk-mounted magnifier. I don't know what a community train means. I don't know what does a community train. Does it, like... I don't think it subs because people... It wasn't remotely close enough to the most recent gift subs. From non-state actors hostile to the West. I mean, obviously Nero. Obviously Nero. You know, Nero's whole kind of defining feature is like selfishness, right? So Nero's an obvious one. I think Caracalla. I don't know if any of them would do it for the reasons that Hobby Lobby did it, which is that Hobby Lobby is like they're like weird Christian heretics. Like they're trying to like somehow they think that like ancient Sumerian artifacts are useful for demonstrating biblical literalism. Will the Empress post Justinian then? Maybe. Yeah, for their Bible museum, but it's like, it's really strange. It's like, I don't think this demonstrates what you guys are hoping it demonstrates. I don't think it's serving what you're trying to get it to serve. Oh, Commander Mittens Co. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I can feel my painting coaches yelling at me for being like this fussy about precision, about something that doesn't really matter. But the truth of the matter is that I am mostly, you know, I'm trying to get myself more familiar with my tools, more familiar with my techniques. Oh, that's giving me a bit of a headache. And hello, Commander Mittens Co. and hello, Durkus of Durkus. They waste a lot of money on fakes. Yes, this is a Roman legionnaire. This is a Roman legionnaire. This is a Roman legionnaire. This is an Atlantic Wargames Middle Republican Hail Caesar Roman legionnaire. I have 100 of these little bastards. So they have become my guinea pigs, right? These guys have become my guinea pigs in my quest to try to become a bit of a better painter. I think I am going to... Oh, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the Prime, Lux. Thank you for the Prime. Oh. Okay. I am probably going to take an ad break soon. Probably nowish. Because during the last ad break, I didn't use the bathroom because I couldn't tell what was happening with the raid, and I got very confused, and so I just didn't get up. So I need to get up so I don't get some deep vein thrombosis. And also, I'm also kind of doing it so that I can be not on the hour, because that tends to be when people raid out. So I would like to be, 15-20 minutes off of the hour, so that for that reason. So give me a few minutes. I'm gonna use the bathroom, and you'll just see a fan art gallery, and that means that my ad timer will be on the 45 approximately, which is fine. That's fine. So I will see you all in 3 minutes. Be right back. Hello! I'm back. I'm back. Wait, where'd I put the... Oh, there it is. Okay. It's like, where'd I put my hat? Okay. Okay. Let's try something out here for a second here, because it's compressing my head a little bit, so let's relax it a little bit. Nope, that's too much. You've got your laundry? Brutal. Brutal. Please do your laundry, folks. Please do your laundry. Please do not allow thyself to become Failure City. It is not, in fact, cute. Folding it now? Good. Good. Let's see something here. So, we need some more orange on here. So I've been able to do really good, like, dark skin in, with RGB. I'm sorry, not with RGB, with RYB. But with my CMY setup, I don't think I've managed to pull it off so far. So let's give this a shot. Definitely need some orange. I'm just mixing some heavy body acrylics right now. Probably don't need a lot of orange. I think it's mostly going to be purple and blue. Okay, that's a pretty dusky brown right now. I need to use bigger groupings. But yeah, fold your laundry. I'll be honest, I'm pretty lazy about folding my laundry, if I'm completely honest. I think I might just use purple and orange. Okay, it definitely needs more purple. I should probably put the actual thing that I'm actually doing on screen, right? So I've got... So this portion of the palette is where I'm doing color mixing. So this is the color that where I'm doing the mixing right now. So grabbing some purple. Oh, that was a fuck up right there. Let's add... I should add more purple. It should probably be majority purple. Should probably be majority purple. It's currently majority orange, but that's mostly just because I want to add a bunch of orange up top. And let's get that in there. You can see it's starting to turn into like a... Kind of see it. Oh. Yeah. The thing is, like, this camera doesn't have any manual focus at all. It's purely automatic focus. Apple products, not even once. Yeah, it's not a tad out of focus, completely out of focus. It's a tad out of focus right now. Let's... Let's get a little bit more purple. A little bit more than that. Yeah, no, this one doesn't do that. This camera is not set up for doing that at all. It's just it's an iPhone is what it is, and it's an iPhone, and it requires some very janky third-party apps in order for it to get used like it's a webcam. And it's been a better webcam than using a C920, which is what I'd been doing before. And it's also the only thing I can do with the damn camera, right? I bought this iPhone to use for face cam tracking, and it literally does not believe that I have a face. So, totally useless for that purpose, for the initial purpose. Let's try something here. I think we're getting a bit of like a North African skin tone out of this, which I think I can work with. I think I can work with that. Face ID first can occasionally lock your mom's phone with your face. That's pretty crazy. The family member I look the most like is my mom, and it's not that great of a resemblance in no small part because I have a ton of facial hair and she does not. So it would be surprising. Okay, we're gonna be here for like 10 minutes fiddling with the camera for that little expedition. Okay. Okay, and let's do a refocus on it. Okay, it's way too far up. Okay, let's go here. Okay, let's see if I can... Okay, this isn't too bad. I think it needs some thinner, but which is why I'm glad I started over here, because this part is one of the less visual parts of the arm. Where's my thinner? No, that's gold. Thinner. It's titanium white. That's blue. That's matte medium. I guess I could use the matte medium. clean that out a little bit, and yeah, so I'm going to be pulling in skin tone, right? This is going to be skin tone. I'm going to layer on some skin tone, and then okay, yeah, that's going on better. That's going on better. I'm gonna layer on skin tone, and then do a layer of brown for the essential parts, and then we'll start working our way up. Right? These are all just base layers. Oh, I need to do the green as well. My favorite first layer up is to do an ink wash with the earth shade. Mostly for creating shadows inside the chainmail. That's the one part of this technique that I feel like really comfortable with, is like white underlayer, then silver, well, aluminum for the chainmail, then earth shade to create shadow effects inside the chainmail, and then another layer of chainmail on top of silver on top of the chainmail again. It's like the one part of my technique I feel like I'm kind of nailing. Everything else feels a little bit... I'm a little bit skeptical of. I'm trying not to waste too much of this mixture now that I've made it, so I'm trying to like spread it on really thick. I should say deposit really thick off of the brush that I used for the mixing brush. Just trying to get as much of this paint off onto these bigger surfaces as I can before I... Maybe I should have reprimed this one. Oh, good. I'm glad you got it brushed with. Yeah, I'm glad you got it dealt with. It's important to keep your house in order, right? Yeah, I think I didn't prime this arm super well, unfortunately. The metal's looking pretty good. The metal's looking pretty good. I'm pretty okay with the metal right now. Also, hello, Mix. How are you doing tonight? How you doing? Obviously, the helmet is not going to end with this color. I've just found that for the effect I'm trying to get for the helmet, it's best to do a layer of aluminum and then layer copper over it. It's raining. Good. Good. Good to get wet. It's way too much ink paint on there. I keep on saying ink when I mean paint. Proving myself to be a total tourist here. Tourist maxing here. Okay, I'm gonna lock in for a second here. So, entertain yourselves, folks. While I try to get some of this facial structure precise. And then let's get up here. Okay. Let's rinse that and then do some more. Inkable instead of paintable. Might be crazy though. I mean, I would go crazy if I could use my fountain pen inks to paint a model. I think they're cheaper. Yeah, they're definitely cheaper. I just thought about it for like 1 second. I was like, yeah, they're absolutely cheaper. It's not even close. Playing around with the high magnification on this thing, and it's definitely messing with my head. which I think people are aware is something that I think is good. I mean, that is a compliment from me. It's good to have your mind changed, right? Oof. Horrible, horrible feeling to have midnight coffee that also sucks. Got it. Choke up a little bit here further. Is it not very good or is it very not good? Going back to Ethiopian blend. I will trust you. Okay. A little bit more in there. Hello, it's Bitsy Bones and Whole Gamma 21. It's basically gasoline they give you on budget airlines. That rules. I'm going to trust that that's even though I think it sounds like it owns it, that is in fact not a good thing. Oh, thank you, Anonymous, for the tier 1 sub to Black Liquid. To Black Liquid. What is my preferred black liquid? It might actually be Coke. Might actually be Coca-Cola. Something that I avoid quite a bit. Even US. I'm honestly like not that discerning, and I really don't drink a lot of soda. I drink like one soda, probably around one or two sodas a month. Is I think a reasonable approximation of how often I have soda of any kind, any colas, any pops. And the big thing about Coke is like, to me, it's very medicinal, right? Like, it's a very medicinal drink. It's a, like, I have a headache from exhaustion, or I have, like, an upset stomach. I do like the cola nut flavor. I do like that cola nut flavor. But ginger ale? Ah, okay, okay. I do not like Dr. Pepper at all. I do not like Dr. Pepper at all. No love for Dr. Pepper. I am not from Texas. which is apparently where everybody who likes Dr. Pepper's from. I do like, what's it called? Oh yeah, I was trying to do this arm. Hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. 7 cups a day, Nug. Ooh. Ooh. I think I maybe have had 2 coffees in my entire life. The man's gotta have his vices, right? Look at an IV drip at that. I remember I used to hang out with a lot of mathematicians, as I've mentioned a few times, and they would just do straight caffeine pills. I'm actually pretty confident that the way that I remember one guy who would do he would buy a 2-liter bottle of Sprite and then put he would buy a 2-liter of Sprite and then he would put like 10 caffeine pills in it. Which is like at a level of caffeination where I think meth might actually be healthier. Yeah, they did not have a healthy work habit over there in the math department. Okay. And then, like putting two bags of hibiscus tea in Sprite. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. A real sign that I was never a gamer is that I've never liked Sprite. I like Coke, and I'm low discernment enough that I don't care if it's Pepsi or Coke or RC. It's like, it's all basically the same shit. I like root beers. But again, I drink them pretty rarely. And then obviously I like IPAs, I like stouts, I like saisons and wits. Just takes like bad lemonade. And I don't even like lemonade, right? I don't even like lemonade. I like I only like to cook with lemonade. And see, I just want to have juice. I like nectars. I like fruit nectars. I like mango nectar. Mango nectar is wonderful. I'm mostly just kind of not like a... I love mango nectar, yeah. I'm mostly not like a sodas guy, like I said. I like herbal teas, mango nectars, a whole lot of beers. A pretty wide spread of beers. And I like a lot of brown liquors. Guava juice is wonderful. Smoothies and shakes. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. I do have a lot of banana smoothies in my life. Just in life, I have a lot of banana smoothies. Okay. And... where's my brown? Where's my actual brown? There's the thinner. Christ. There, what is allowing me to not waste away into only bones. Yeah, you've got to keep your bird-like physique. From below. Me? No. I eat so many leafy greens. That's not like an obstacle to me. The fruit smoothies are mostly, my fruit smoothies are mostly protein powder delivery devices. No, I eat like, I will eat upwards of a pound of cabbage like every day. I do not need help on the leafy greens front. I love cabbage. Yeah, I love cabbage. I would eat more bok choy if it wasn't so expensive. I eat so much cabbage, I eat so much bok choy, I eat so much broccoli. Napa is my favorite. Napa is my favorite. Not usually so often red. I love spinach, but spinach spoils so fast. That's the main reason why I don't have more spinach. I love spinach, but it just spoils so fast. Huh, I never noticed anything with a tooth feel after that. For me, it's corn is the one that, like, feels weird on my teeth after I eat it. I was kind of worried that I had just, like, created the exact same brown with the skin tone mixing that I was working on right there. But no, I definitely didn't. I definitely didn't. Ha! I don't know what akara is. It's like it's like Swede, right? Huh. Okay. Because the arugula is too peppery. I think arugula is kind of delightful, but it's not always on sale. Nigerian bean cake. Probably. 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 I haven't had a lot of Nigerian cuisine, so I don't really know what the, like, flavor profile of Nigerian is. You're getting hungry? Ha. Well, sorry. Weirdly, I don't feel particularly hungry. I probably should feel hungrier than I do. Hold on a second. I love beans. Speaking of liquor, though, I bought a $200 bottle of wine. Whew. Pretty good deal, though. Yeah, I'm not like a wine guy. The only wines I ever like are ports, which I know marks me out as like having a remarkably unsophisticated palate. It's like the idiot baby child that likes port. I suppose I make up for it for having an actual sophisticated palate when it comes to beer. Oh wow, that's way better. God, I find this satisfying in the weirdest way. Yeah, my comfort meal is stir-fried cabbage. That's like my big comfort meal. That's like the thing I have like almost every day. The other one that I tend to like is chickpeas, is like cumin, paprika, garlic powder, and cayenne chickpeas. Oh, excellent. Thank you, Kirill. Thank you, Kirill. Unsurprisingly, I'm not going to be looking at it right now. Yeah, I call it, the recipe I call cheater falafels. God, I love cumin so much. I absolutely use cumin more than I use black pepper. I use cumin more than I use salt. I'm painting this foot wrong. Pan frying the cumin? I mean, I'm American, so it's almost always ground. I do sometimes do the, like, get the seeds and pre-heat those, but I feel like it's a different effect. I feel like that's a different effect. Oh, pan frying the tofu. Oh, depends. Depends a bit. I actually drove Aiko completely fucking insane, by telling her about baking tofu. She was just like, oh yeah, I did know that, Kirill. I did know that. Which is also part of the reason why I almost never drink wine. But yeah, Aiko was like losing her mind learning about like baking tofu. She's like, "What do you mean you bake tofu?" I'm like, "Sometimes it helps make it crispy." And you can do it in parallel and not use up your frying pan while your frying pan's doing something else. And importantly for me, it doesn't use cooking oil. At least, basically none. Weird as hell, Funky say is on for fun. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, so I should have been a lot more careless with this stuff. I think I'm making my life a lot harder right now. Ugh. Weird lambic-inspired stuff internationally. Interesting. I've lost track a little bit of what's a... wine sometimes has uses like egg for clarifying shark ray. And fish is also sometimes used in wine. Fish is also used in Guinness, which, you know, a hot take, I think Guinness isn't actually very good. Oop. Well, let's get in here a little bit. These sandals are really complicated from a painting perspective. Real pain in the ass down here. Okay. Let's get back to using the regular brown. The leather brown. Yeah, lychee is pretty rare around here. Yuzu is, I believe Yuzu is, friend of the show, Inari Reiju's favorite fruit, if I recall correctly. I think Yuzu's okay. It tastes very lemony to me, which is not like strongly on like a negative. It's just like it's not my it's not like a mango or something, right? To me, like mango's like the best. Thank you, Kiro. Thank you, Kiro. I like Asian pear, but I also like regular pear, if I'm being honest. I like Bosks a lot. Too wet. I'm not sure if I've ever had a lychee in person. Saskatoon berries. Oh, raspberries I love. Raspberries I like enough that like my joke about raspberries is that I will be pretty happy with really bad raspberries. Like I am like willing to forgive a lot of sins. A lot of raspberry related sins. Just because like even a really bad raspberry is still really good by my reckoning. They're so expensive. Like a better blueberry. Okay, I like blueberries a lot, so that's a pretty, it's a bit of a strong statement. Okay, hold on a second here. Haskap. Huh. Yeah, I've never heard of Haskap before. Never heard of Haskap. So I am wondering something here, right? I don't think... I know we've got some people in here occasionally, but I don't know if any of them are here right now from, like, tropical countries or semi-tropical countries. We're talking a lot about a lot of fruits that are, like, very not native to Canada and the United States, stuff like mango in particular, but, like, bananas, like, very famously, like, cannot grow here. Also, hello, Hug a Tree Be a Target. Hello, hello, hello. I'm just wondering, like, oh, and Lavinia334 Opal, thank you for the follow. I'm just kind of wondering if, like, if you're in, like, Indonesia, right? Like, do Indonesia, is there, like, some northern fruit or vegetable, like blueberries or lingonberries or broccoli that people are just like, oh man, we gotta have more of this here. I'm losing my mind over this. Or do we just have, like, worse... is our stuff just, like, less coveted? North American apples are actually very high tier. Nice. Oof, I've spent like 45 minutes just working on those sandals. Okay, so they're good pineapples. I am one of those things, that I've always found pretty funny about myself is that I actually really like Red Delicious. Like, I know that they're like the stereotypical, like, fruit to hate. 30 in a row, actually, that's really impressive. I am really impressed with anybody who kept up a watch streak over over my travels this year. You can't stay here then. There was a period of my life, right? There was a period of my life. Well, part of it's historical for me, right? There was a period of my life where I really didn't have a lot of money. there was a period in my life where I really didn't have a lot of money, and my dessert, right? My dessert that I could afford was that every other week I would buy one Red Delicious. That was like my special, like, I've made it through 2 weeks, so that was my payday treat, right? Was one Red Delicious. So I have a lot of fondness for them as like the only fruit that I was having with only fresh fruit I was having with any regularity. Used to be Fuji, yeah. Yeah, actually, yep. It is crazy that we only have one type of banana. It is crazy. I mean, my understanding is that we do have more than one type of banana. They're just not commercially growing. They're like, if push really came to shove and our current cultivar of banana got extincted like the previous one, we would just go over to a different one. Dryish and very plain taste, okay. Yeah, I know that like wild bananas have like huge seeds, which I think is kind of interesting. Oh, I'm really curious, right? I'm really curious about getting some more ones, some more banana types, because I've pretty much only had Cavendishes. I can believe that. Do I like plantains? I don't feel like I've given plantains a fair enough shake. I don't feel like plantains have given a fair enough shake. This is kind of where I'm at on plantains. Sweet plantains. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't gotten a lot of... I just haven't done a lot with them. I probably should, right? It's not like I don't have access to a lot of them, right? I don't have any fucking food in your house. I am sorry, Mix. I am sorry. I do think I'm probably being too fussy about these base layers, but also I'm enjoying myself, so I think I'm going to keep doing that. It is 1 a.m. I think you might be in trouble. I still encourage you to look. But... oh, I mean, that's not a bad thing. I have some 1 a.m. falafel. Okay, sorry, I'm just a little bit fussy right now. Go, get some falafels. Get some falafels. Yeah, it's already 1 a.m. It's already 1 a.m. Or it's only 1 a.m., depending on your perspective. It's only 3 hours into stream, and I feel considerably more tired than I feel like I have a right to do so. But also, I don't know, maybe I just always feel like that. Like, anytime I'm tired, I feel like I'm, like, committing a crime or something like that. Sure, that's a very sensible thing for me to feel, right? Okay, let's get the... Hello, just hanging out, 06. Go for it, go for it. I am going into ads in a few minutes. I'm going to ads pretty shortly, so be forewarned about that if it's a very complicated question, or theory. But I'm willing to hear you out. I'm sure that you understand, of course, that if I think you're wrong, I will just tell you. With, of course, the big caveat emptor of I am not a historian by training. Okay, let's see. We are getting hit by ads. What areas would you think would become future land bridges? Well, we're currently on trajectory to go the other direction, right? That's kind of like the kind of big highlight there, is that we're on the current trajectory with regards to things like land bridges, is that we're facing down, you know, higher sea levels rather than lower ones. And obviously the really infamous one here is that we're going to lose Florida, right? Florida's going to go bye-bye. Okay, we're going into the ads now. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hello! Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Completely ridiculous that I changed when I was taking my ad breaks so that I would not do this, because I did this to Hal at the start of stream. So I feel very silly. Hello, Penbu. What were you doing? What were you doing? Tell me all about it. What were you doing? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I teach... I do a lot of calligraphy, and I am painting miniatures today, and I sometimes play some video games, but mostly I'm a calligrapher and a handcam streamer. But yes, what were you up to? What were you up to? And yes, Mix, the bot is busted. Let's explore the airport with Buzzy the Knowledge Bug. That rules. That rules. I love that for you. I love that you are doing some edutainment. If you or any of the raiders need to raid and run, feel free to do so. I do not want people to feel like they are being held hostage. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to air_raid. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Air_raid. Enjoy your dance and your tank. But also, Anonymous, thank you so much for supporting the channel. And Carmomos, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. This place seems cool. I try to keep it cool. I try to keep it cool. Yeah, edutainment is fascinating. I don't know how much like gets made now. I feel like all the edutainment I've ever see is like from the 90s. Just so curious. I mean, they're very generous as who they are. They are very generous as who they are. And they really want me to stay on the air. And I'm very, very grateful. And I don't know who they are. From 1995, had the Concorde in it. Oh, the Concorde. Oh, the Real top tier, over-promising. Oh, I don't know what, I mean, so the thing about that just hanging out is that we do know a lot about plate tectonics now. I don't, personally speaking. I don't know which ones are converging and which ones are diverging. I'm pretty sure Africa and I think the Atlantic Rift is continuing to open. So that means that the Americas are pushing away from Europe and Africa. That means somebody has to be pushing into each other somewhere. Yeah, so maybe Australia crashing into Sumatra or New Guinea is like a real possibility. But I don't know if the things that are north of Australia are also moving further north. Is the Bering closing? But I don't know. There's like this is not so much a history thing. This is like a geology thing, and I think we know enough about plate tectonics to predict where the next like land bridge is going to happen. Hold on a second. Smart detection. Just hanging out. What's going on? You're I mean, if you want to ask me like a historical question about like, I am not like a super brains genius about. I like Rome a lot, but you know, like I am at the level of like I have read a couple dozen books, academic level books, not pseudo-academic ones. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It was more that you were asking two very different questions, and it was very confusing. Two very divergent things. But also to go back on like a total housekeeping thing from a few minutes ago. Yeah, Mix, the bot is just like totally busted. It's a stream. I'm having a Streamerbot problem. I can't even get Streamerbot to connect to Twitch event sub at all. So all of my redeems, my redeems are just like busted, which is really annoying to me. A lot of redeems I really like are all busted. Sock and emotes only is very sad. Oh, well, there's... Okay, so... Anglo-Roman relations are going to be relatively thin. England was one of the very... The British Isles, that is to say. The British acquisitions of the Roman Empire were a very late acquisition on the western side, and a very early loss. So there's not actually a ton of history there. The big story in there is, you know, Caesar, the big guy, the big Gaius himself, you know, took a bunch of southern England for, you know, really for himself, for his own glory. And then at a later point, I always forget the timeline on this one, there was a revolt by Boudica, by an Iceni queen named Boudica. I'm gonna test something out here. An Iceni queen named Boudica, and let's try this. I moved the camera around a little bit and recalibrated it. And Boudica, you know, fought the Romans and lost. That's kind of the big story there. And eventually the Romans expanded all the way up to modern Scotland and built Hadrian's Wall, which is kind of the dividing line between northern England and Scotland, more or less, vaguely speaking. And then, yeah, when the Roman Empire retreated from Western Europe, England was one of the first losses. There are still, you know, Roman ruins in England to this day. The most famous, as far as I know, is Bath, which is an English city that has a Roman-style bath there. But the relationship was pretty much one of just, you know, they conquered, right? The Romans conquered the English, and then as Roman authority devolved, England was one of the first places to go, because it was a relatively recent acquisition, and it was very far away, and its strategic import was pretty light. from a Roman perspective, from the Roman perspective, the really important provinces were Egypt, Africa, and Syria. Those were the really big ones that they were not willing to give up on. But I guess maybe we should count Asia, which refers to Anatolia. Yes, the Roman is headless. The head is over here. I haven't glued it on yet. Also missing the right arm, because I haven't glued that on either. We're doing touch-ups on some of the base layers, is what we're doing right now. We're probably at the point where I can do the, where I can glue on the head. Probably far enough along for that. No. So the fall of Rome is an extremely heavily debated topic. There's tons of different theories. The theory that I like is that the big thing was the change into the federati system, is what I would say. It was a series of legal and contractual changes. I am kind of inclined towards that one. That the Romans, the Roman Empire always relied on having a kind of hello Humter. Congratulations on being done with a large chunk of the week. Oh yeah, let's smell that. So the Romans, for pretty much all of their history, had relied on, to various extents, the use of different types of clients. Different types of, like, allied communities that were not quite Roman, but also not quite, but also not fully excluded either, right? And so the difference between the way the Romans did things... So the oldest version of the system was a socii system. It was the socii system was the old version, and under the socii system, the allies, contributed about half of the troops that the Romans used, I think often more, and they were entitled to... They were completely subsumed into the Roman command structure, but were still completely allowed to... They were still given total looting rights. And after this, eventually they were treated as second-class citizens, functionally speaking. And this tension over their legal status boiled over into one of the most important civil wars in the Roman history, which is not during the Empire at all, it was during the Republic, called the Social War. And the Social War ended with the socii being integrated as full citizens into Rome, is how that ended. And then the Romans used a couple of other systems into the imperial period, but in the later parts of the imperial period that dominate, they used a system called the federati system. And So previously, the way that it worked was that service gave you citizenship, right? Hello, Ira. We are. So the Federati. So if you were an allied community of the Romans under the Federati system, instead of being given citizenship rights, what would happen is you would be given land. So instead of a Federati group like, so famous one would be the Franks, right? So if you were Franks, Franks who served in the Roman army would not be given Roman citizenship. They would retain a distinctive Frankish identity and distinctive Frankish community. And this is the real nature of the problem. This is really where the problem lies, is that these are groups that are learning Roman tactics, but not actually integrating into the Roman Empire. They are learning Roman tactics, they are integrating into the Roman system, and they are getting Roman resources, long-term resources. They're getting land, but they aren't getting integrated in. They aren't being folded into it. And so these are communities that don't have as much of a vested interest in the continuation of the Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire, at this point, is basically selling its long-term viability for short-term military power, right? Onyx... Hold on. Onyx is a rock. Thank you for the follow. That's, the other, that's one theory, and I like it. The other theory that I quite like is that Rome stood for a very, very long time, right? And it was taken for granted by local elites that the Roman Empire was just going to continue forever and was basically invincible, so who cares if I skim a little bit off the top? Well, eventually there's not a lot of top left to skim off after a few generations of that. And it's worth pointing out that a huge thing that matters for this is the fall of the Roman Empire is a contested concept, right? So there are the most common date, the conservative date that historians give for the fall of the Roman Empire. The conservative date is 1453. That's like the right-wing conservative date. The date that I think is really an interesting one is 1922. So, like, you know, hard to talk about that as having a single cause, right? Uh, 1922, yeah. 1922, I like that one. Yep. Basically, it's treating the Ottomans as legitimately a successor to Rome. As a legitimate continuation of the Roman Empire. That's basically the gist of it, which is, I think, credible. I don't think it's intuitive, but I think it's credible. And my favorite philosophers, number one's Zhuangzi. I really like Zhuangzi. Favorite's kind of a complicated question because it's like a good illustration of like where I find that complicated would be Judith Butler versus Nietzsche is like a good illustration of this. where I think Judith Butler is right about everything, but I absolutely hate reading their work so much. I think Judith Butler is like one of the worst writers that's like ever existed. Judith Butler is so bad at writing, but she is right. They just do provide a accurate and useful theory for approaching the world. Yeah, Nietzsche is the other contrast, is the contrast point right here, where I don't think Nietzsche is accurate, right? I don't think that Nietzsche is accurate, but goddamn, he's fun to read. You know, I think Nietzsche's goddamn fun to read. Zhuangzi, I think, is both accurate and very fun to read, so Zhuangzi is like an easy first place. Zhuangzi's so much fun. I actually rather like Gautama. I know it's a very basic answer, but I do like Gautama. He's really weird about and spiritual about emotions. He's misogynistic in ways that aren't even like coherent. Like, and I'll be honest, like I tend to not want to evaluate Nietzsche too closely, because a lot of what's going on with Nietzsche is that he's being very sarcastic in ways that I think I am not qualified to comment on intelligently. Right? Like, it's like if you know Nietzsche's biography and then you read Ecce Homo, is this like harsh? And he's like an anti. The thing that's always the weirdest to me is he has this reputation for being a nihilist, and it's like nihilism is like his #1 enemy. Right? Like his whole project is like, how do we defeat nihilism? But then again, like I've also seen I remember watching some right-winger in the Bush era who hated Nietzsche, who hated Kant, because he thought the critique of pure reason was like Kant trying to destroy like the concept of using logic, and I'm like, that is not what the critique of pure reason is about. That is not Kant's project at all. Yeah. You're a little uneducated about Nietzsche? Okay. A very, very, very brief explanation of Nietzsche is that Nietzsche was a 19th century German philologist first. He was a philologist first. Who... that is to say, he studied ancient Greek. Ancient Greek and Roman stuff. His first major work was on contrasting Apollonian and Dionysian modes in Greek plays, right? That's his first major work. So, like, yeah, this is a guy who is... That's, like, his thing. So, that out of the way, Nietzsche is... Nietzsche develops a really, really strong sensibility around the concept of self-determination. Yeah. And what he's probably most famous for is diagnosing two problems with European culture of his time. The first is that there has been a complete collapse of religious authority since the Protestant Reformation, right? Like, the Protestant Reformation, after the wars of religion calmed down, religion hasn't actually provided people with a real sense of meaning. It has been a kind of ghostly shell where people pretend that they are getting meaningful experience out of religion, but they're not actually, and it's becoming increasingly farcical for people to derive their sense of meaning in life from their religious devotion. And so that was one layer. That's the thing that he is critiquing. The other thing that he is critiquing, or that he is like really against, is what he calls ressentiment. That basically people are being huge fucking babies. And so this is his problem with both socialism and anti-Semitism, is that in both socialism and anti-Semitism, you are placing the locus of your problems on others and assuming that your life will become good and meaningful if you can eliminate those others from your experience, right? And he thinks this is fucking stupid. He thinks this is absolutely fucking stupid. It's not that he thinks that Judaism is a cool and good religion. It's that he thinks that you shouldn't... it's not the Jews' fucking fault that you are miserable. You need to take responsibility for yourself. That's kind of his big critique of anti-Semitism. Where he runs into this huge problem and becomes insanely controversial is that, as Mix points out, he's an idealist. He is a romantic. He is a romantic, and basically every other German romantic is an anti-Semite. So he becomes really popular in this culture that becomes increasingly anti-Semitic, and he thinks that this anti-Semitism is pathetic loser shit, and so he alienates all of his friends. Among those very famous, it is in fact pathetic loser shit. Worth noting that his sister was a huge fucking anti-Semite. And so she did some very careful editing to make him look anti-Semitic, because the thing is that Nietzsche's actually a really compelling writer, even if you don't like what he says. He's a really compelling writer. Even in translation, he's really interesting to read. I personally find, I'm personally a bigger fan. Yeah, I would say he's really interesting at rhetoric. Good is a question of like what you think rhetoric is for. I am personally a really big fan of early Nietzsche. I really think Truth and Lies in a Non-Moral Sense is just like essential reading. And I also think Use and Abuse of History is really good. I think Thus Spake Zarathustra is kind of just obscure. I think it's kind of fun. Ecce Homo's fun. Ecce Homo is even more fun than Thus Spake Zarathustra, but I don't actually understand Ecce Homo. Yeah, Schopenhauer, speaking of problematic faves, there's Schopenhauer for you. Schopenhauer's a peak problematic fave. Um, well, I think I lost a message in chat there. Okay, yeah. I think you are correct on that one. Yeah. It's hard for me not to think that Zelspechter was just kind of like fun to write. Are we even real type shit? Yeah, very I'm 14 and this is deep. Nah, you're okay, bud. You're okay, bud. Let's get that. Giving myself a big old stretch. But yeah, my five favorite philosophers. Yeah, Zhuangzi, maybe Hume. I actually really like Hume. Yeah, Zhuangzi, maybe Hume. I'm kind of tempted to say Diogenes. Yeah, Hume I find very compelling. All right, Penbo, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. I apologize if you felt like you were being held hostage because I didn't say the magic words of "feel free to raid and run." But I hope that you were smart. I hope that you were aware that you. I think I said so, and I hope you were aware that you had the permission to do so. Please have a good night. I really like Kropotkin, which I don't think anybody should be too surprised by. But like, yeah, like I said, the big problem for me in like talking about favorite philosophers, like, I think Butler is one of the most. I think Butler's incredible, has incredible ideas, but I hate reading Butler so much. I am absolutely held back as a person by not feeling like I can read Butler. Yeah, that's kind of where I land on Hume. Yeah. Butler's just like the worst writer. It's so annoying how bad they are at writing. There are definitely even like there are some big. Hello Noodles. Yeah, no, that's Kropotkin's like initial insight, right? Is that but hello Noodles, I'll give you the ada before I do the push-ups. Ada. Okay, let me get up and do the push-ups. Alright. I hope Noodles is having a good night. I hope you have a good night, my friend. Okay. Oh. I'm gonna do diamonds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I should do more diamonds. I'm such a weenie. Yeah, Schopenhauer's very Buddhism adjacent. The connection between Schopenhauer and Buddhism is pretty strong. I actually had a good friend, his summary of Schopenhauer, which I've always kind of liked, was, he looked at the Four Noble Truths and was like, this part about how sensory experience leads to suffering makes perfect sense. This part where you can, like, get out of the suffering is bullshit. Which I always thought was a kind of funny way of summarizing up his work. But yeah, Schopenhauer translated Buddhist works into German. Like, Schopenhauer was familiar with Buddhism. That's not like a question. Oh my goodness, yeah, I was like, what's going on here, buddy? Make a room of philosophers erupt into a fist fight by asking what is the Tao? I mean, it's a fun joke, but I've never heard this or witnessed this. I feel like the one that causes people to really erupt into fistfights is asking a bunch of Marxists what is value. yeah. That one gets people mad. The source of all value is evil is a funny answer, man. That's a funny answer. Value is a negative 99% sale on Steam. Rest in peace, Karl Marx, who would have loved Steam. I genuinely don't know what type of game Marx would be. Like, the obvious answer would be, like, Paradox, but I actually don't know if that's true. Most likely Osu. Otome Gains. Otome Gains is funny. My... People say that all the time, but the fact of the matter is that both Nazis and Buddhists will use both directions. Like... I've seen both directions from both. Like, I don't know why people are so insistent that, like, one's clockwise and the other's counterclockwise, because... Like... Yeah, it's... Yeah, whether or not people are using it as a Nazi symbol is going to depend on context. It's just unfortunate, all those things you just gotta deal with. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, that was a lot of it. And it's kind of interesting that that's like a big... No, you didn't do anything wrong, Ira. Unless you're like... Unless like you like used... Unless you like spray painted your neighbor's house with a swastika, in which case, yeah, you absolutely did do something wrong. Yeah, Blavatsky's a pretty hard person to like. Oh, Nightmare Nexus, welcome in, Nightmare Nexus. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I'm an old man who loves old things. I am mostly a calligrapher, but today I am painting a little Roman soldier. Mostly the last hour or so, we have been we've been talking about philosophers and which ones we like. How are you doing, Nightmare Nexus? How are you doing? What were you up to? Okay, Mick's got the shout out in. Mick's got the shout out in. There we go. But yes, what were you up to? My bot is completely busted, so I can't use the cool shoutout that tells me what category you were streaming in. Right now I'm dry brushing on some aluminum over some previous layers of inked aluminum in order to get a nice cool effect. Oh, hello Wasteland and hello Mickey. This would be Middle Republic. You can see he's got a sling, but the other ones in the set usually have the sword. You can see the oblong scutum rather than the squarish one, but full hamata, so it's not early Republic. Marion's not a generally accepted concept among historians. The difference between Marion and pre and post Marion. It would historically probably be post Marion because this is supposed to be Caesarian, and Marion was, quite dead by then. But many reforms are attributed to Gaius Marius that he definitely didn't do. We seem like comfy vibes. I try to give comfy vibes. Sorry, I don't mean to be like mean to you, Wasteland Mad Guy. I just like to point that one out. I just think it's useful. Yeah, Marius was was quite dead. The social war had happened between Marius and Caesar, which is one of those super important moments in Roman history. But yes, for people who might not be familiar with this, there is a pretty big divide in the Roman legions between the sources. We have like a lacuna in our sources. We have a big gap in the sources where the it looks where when we look at the oldest sources for the early Republic, the Romans have a system of velites hastati principes triarii, this whole complicated 4 soldier types system. And then by the time, then there's a big lacuna, and then when our sources pick back up, there's just velites and then just legionnaires, right? And then just there are velites, which is the skirmishers, and then just the legionaries, with no like division within the heavy infantry between hastati principes and triarii. Which is an interesting gap. It's an interesting gap. And sometimes this has been attributed to Gaius Marius specifically, but it is deeply unlikely. It is deeply unlikely, especially because some of the forms that get attributed to Gaius Marius are things that literally never happened at all. And some of them are changes that happened before him. So it's a bit of a mess. Marius, though, was a very successful general. That is worth saying. Gaius Marius was a very successful general in his time, but probably not a military radicalizer. The way I've heard it kind of put is like, it would be like if the sources dried up in American sources between like the American Civil War, or it was between World War I and the Vietnam War. Like we just like didn't have anything, and then we just attributed everything that changed in that period to Omar Bradley, right? Which is definitely not accurate, right? Yes. What were you up to, Nightmare Nexus? What was Nightmare Nexus up to? He did upset Sola greatly. It's true. Very easy to upset Sola greatly. Sola was a huge asshole. Okay, what do I need to do here? I need to work on this face. I need to work on this face. But yes. I am a pretty okay calligrapher and a pretty bad painter. And tonight you have had the misfortune of coming in to a painting stream, rather than a calligraphy stream. I don't know. I actually like my painting streams. I'm not gonna lie. I like what I'm doing, but it's hard to deny that I'm not as adept at these. And thank you, Sugar Shino, for the follow, and also Mickey_VT. I apologize. I didn't hear the sound. I apologize. I did not quite hear the sound. Obviously, folks, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I do not want to be holding anybody hostage. And they need to be going to the bathroom or getting some food. I ain't about that life. So if you are tapped out and you want to leave, please feel free to do so. It is very easy. There is a little X sign at the top right of your browser that you can click to exit at any time. Okay, let's get rid of that. And let's add a little bit of water here. Oh, and ads are about to start. We got about 4 minutes before ads. I'm just gonna wet up my wet palette a little bit more. And let's get some Argex Earthship. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, hello, hello. It is a pleasure to see you here. It is a pleasure to see you here. How are you doing, my good friend, on this fine European morning? Certainly morning, heck yeah. Morena. I don't know this Morena. Oh, Slavic goddess of death and winter. Okay, okay, okay. I thought it was a... I was assuming it was an Italian politician of some sort. Effigy of her every March. Setting it on fire and drowning her in the river. Damn. Damn, and she keeps coming back. That's a tough lady. I think the single biggest, like, no-duh paper I've read in the last couple of years was about, Demeter. Hello, old Aussie gamer. It is a Caesar's Legion. It is, an Atlantic Wargames Roman legionary. Middle Republic Roman legionary. But yeah, there's one of the dumbest papers one of the most well-duh papers I've ever read was, about Demeter, the Greek goddess of the bad seasons, and they are often in American, we treat her as the goddess of winter, as you might see in Hades. The thing is that, like, her festivals are all in the summer, and the ancient Greek, I should say even the modern Greek series of seasons is that the fallow season is the summer, not the winter. In the winter, that's actually a wheat growing season. The actual bad season is summer. It's like a pagan Slavic version of the American groundhog, but way more metal. I mean, fair. Fair. It is kind of funny. Randall Munro pointed this out, and I do think he was right about this. That it is pretty funny that in America, we have this tradition of Groundhog Day, where it's like about telling the future, it's about winter, but then when people refer to it, it's actually mostly about feeling like like every day is repeating. It's like our most famous time loop story is titled Groundhog Day. Very goofy. Anyway, here's ads. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I am back, and I am back. Groundhog Day is actually about Bill Murray learning not to be an asshole. I mean, good luck to him. Good luck to him. You know, he gets do-overs, right? He gets do-overs that allow him to get the opportunity to learn to not be an asshole. I just get to be an asshole and never learn anything. That's my secret, Cap. I just get to be an asshole. Okay, just trying not to do that, but the most lovely asshole you've ever seen. So you're saying I've got a... Is this your way of asking that I get on OnlyFans? Only geezers. Oh, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Welcome back, Nightmare Nexus. What were we up to? What were you up to? What were you up to? And hello, Scaldy. What were you up to? What were you up to? This technique, I don't know, I feel like I've gotten better results from this technique in the past. Where I do like an underlayer of the silver and then I do an overlayer of the copper. I feel like it's worked better in the past. Stream's good playing Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill's so good. Ultra Kill rules. I haven't not anywhere near beaten it. I'm in like chapter 4, but I do like it a lot. I do like it a lot. That's like a peak like game that I have to play off stream. I really like Ultra Kill. You just did fraud? I'm a ways away from getting to fraud, but it's so cool. It's so cool. It's on your wish list along with a million other games. Well, yeah, my backlog continues to grow. Right. My backlog continues to grow. I should see if A Sharp is releasing anything this year. That's the big question, is like, is A Sharp releasing anything this year? Otherwise, I don't know how excited I am about any particular game releases this year. Dayrey Metallica is coming out in like a week. That one I am excited for. Good night, Spork. Good night, Spork. Okay, I think I'm gonna do probably I think it's time for me to try the hardest part of this model. And Nightmare Nexus, I am mostly getting back into the swing of things. I am a slow painter, a slow and unproductive painter. This is a very peripheral hobby for me. I like it because I am still, like, new and inexperienced enough that I'm getting, like, newbie gains. And... 80s zombicide models. Yeah, I have 100 ancient Roman legionnaires, and I'm painting like one every other month. So it's gonna be a minute. Okay. I am going to try something that I've always suffered with. Which is eyes. Choke up really far on the brush and see how far I can get the points. It's a better job than I usually do, but still quite bad. Okay, I've got this like ultra fine level of zoom on my magnifiers, and I think it actually hurts me. Because I have to close one eye to do it, and so I have to close one eye to do it, and that I think actually causes more problems than it solves. Try out fine ballpoint pen. I mean, maybe. I do have finer brushes. I'm just being weird and continuing to use my least fine brush for this. You know, I think, actually... Hold on a second here. Let's get some more light on this. I think maybe this might be actually what I have to do, is... Start with the eyes and paint the colors around it. Right, treat the colors as the most interior layer, I think is the actual answer. Okay, I kind of actually like this effect where it looks like his mouth. I have no idea how well this shows up on the camera. But it looks like he's got really bad teeth. I've inadvertently made it look like he has really, really bad teeth, and I'm actually kind of into it. Okay, I think I can start moving into more highlights. All right, Itsy Bitsy Bones, have a good lurk. Yeah, don't try to fight your sleep meds. Don't try to fight your sleep meds. That's insanity. God, I wish I had sleep meds. I've had sleep meds in the past, and it's just... it feels crazy to me. Right, sleep meds... I have been prescribed Ambien in the past, and I'm just like, this is insane. Like, I just, like, lay down and fall asleep? Like, what are you talking about, brother? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Please, 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 please. No, no, no. I mean, I don't think sleep meds are bad. I recommend being, you know, cautious with them because they have a lot of potential crazy interactions. But I'm taking for granted that, like, if you've been prescribed them, your doctor's, like, aware. Like, that's... But yeah, if you've been prescribed them, like, yeah, use them. But thank you for stopping by, Itsy Bitsy Bones, and please sleep well. Let's... Okay, okay. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I've got I might actually have a desk magnifier somewhere between the... somewhere with all of my with some of the family stuff. Stop by and drive by have very different. True. It's worth pointing out that like the association with drive, like I'm gonna drive by there is like doesn't mean I'm going to shoot it up necessarily. Like that is just like an English language phrase that people mean like I'm going to go and like I was already on my way and it's like a side trip, right? Did drive-bys actually become less popular as like an assassination? Did like drive-by shootings actually become less popular as an assassination technique, or is it just like we just stopped talking about it? I genuinely don't know. Like we did kind of stop talking about it, but like I don't know if that's. I'm assuming it's hard to say because like on the one hand like it makes a lot of sense to me. Well, the thing is like crime is generally down by quite a bit, right? Like in the US has generally been getting safer for a while. It might be less like more apparent to me because like New York has gotten so much safer. But it's true across the entire country. Not only has New York gotten safer, we are currently on track for the safest year in all of New York history. We are currently on track for the lowest absolute number of crimes ever committed in a given year in New York City. Well, there's mix. The thing is like, yes, this has been the least dangerous January and least dangerous February on record ever. That is just like a true fact in terms of the reported numbers. The big thing that makes that worth being cautious about is that we did kind of spend like half of February completely snowed in, which depresses turnout of criminals. So yeah, socialism. Modest social yeah. The one that said stop this foolishness, yeah. Socialism is when you get lots of rest. So true, Hoomter. Sleep well. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. It was a pleasure to have you here. Have a lovely night, my friend. Being second side does raise other rates. Yes. Yes. This was a well-trod thing about the about the early days of the pandemic. That it did cause people to have a lot more sex and also, unfortunately, more domestic violence. Snow is a sap to get people to fuck more, obviously. I see. This is why birth rates are down, because of global warming. People are just too sweaty to have sex. Politician proposes less, cutting wages for the snowplows so that you can propose cutting wages for the snowplows so that you can so people can get busy. Noggy, hello Nogarunski, hello Nogs, the Nogarunskis. How is Nogs? Hello. Yeah, I'm painting. I was feeling pretty shaky at the start of stream, but I feel like I'm starting to get. I feel like I'm ending. We're getting to the end like in decent shape. You've been better? I'm sorry, Nagi. I am sorry to hear that. Oh, hello, Kendra. Hello, Kendra. What were you up to, Kendra? What were you up to, Kendra? What were you up to? What were you up to? Necrotic_Aurum. Thank you for the follow. What were you up to, Miss Bronwyn? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I mostly do calligraphy, but today I am painting a little Roman legionnaire because I like painting, and it's a I'm not as good at it, so I still get some newbie gains out of doing this. You're playing Persona 5. How was the royalty treating you? And also hello Conway 0270, and hello the Ancient of Ones, and Panty Raider 69. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. But yes, Kendra's a bit of a mosquito, which I think offends her. Whoop. Whoa! You don't need that. Pantry Raider. Whoops. Whoops. Thank you for pointing out that I dropped an R. But yes. Kendra is a little fairy. She sing. She very friendly. She is friend of the show. She is friend of the show. Inari Reiju is how I know her. Was how we are acquainted. Is nope. What a Freudian. Yep. Doing a little. The cement rules. Yes, I am sorry that the return to Snake Home has not been kind to Nagi, and I hope that yes, and obviously raiders, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Please feel free to do so. If, however, you would like to stick around and watch me paint for a little bit, I am happy to oblige. I am happy to oblige. Let's get a little bit of where's my. I'm gonna test something out here actually. No, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Let's get a little bit more on here. Okay, that was bad right there. I don't know how I did that so badly. Gotta clean that up before I can proceed, or I'm gonna go nuts. Okay. Goggles, engage. All right. All right. Also, by the way, Mix, thank you for the shout out, for handling the shout out while I'm painting. Unless somebody else somehow managed to do it. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Let's bit of a touch up here. Yes, please have a good night, Kendra. Please have a good night. Please have a lovely, lovely night. It is pretty late for us Americans. It is pretty late for us Americans. So please have a good night. Please have a good night. I am really impressed with this wet palette, like, kind of held paint for, like, over a month. Admittedly, I did put it inside a plastic bag. I know reds are kind of like the famous devil color, but I actually kind of like the fact that they just require like 20 fucking layers. So, I don't know, gives me something to do with my time, right? Actually, I want this a fair bit thicker. I'm going to be putting a green on top of it, right? Right, this is the underline. Love to make 20 glaze layers exactly. Oh, hold on. I walked off camera entirely. Walked off camera entirely. While I'm doing freehanding. Here's a question: do people like to watch me doing freehanding? Is that like, I don't know. I feel like freehanding is like a debased and degraded element of the painter's art, of the model painter's art. Sometimes debauchery. I don't know if it's debauch, it's just incorrect. Arguably unethical. Freehanding is a valid tool. Yeah, I just feel like my job as the painter is to do the best I can by the model, right? Like the model is the important part, and I am here to make the model the best version of itself, right? I'm here to do what I can to enhance the model. Not to impose my own will upon it. Maybe I'm developing insane, strange ethical systems that have nothing to do with what anybody else cares about. I think that is what is happening here. I think I am becoming an insane person in an unpredictable and novel fashion. It's also canvas, I suppose. I mean, that's actually probably more accurate. I just think it's funny to just be like, no, this is not what this is about. This is bad. This is evil. I'm insulting the sculptors. I think this one's a little bit of a live and learn. I think overall, as a piece of freehanding, I think this one turned out all right, but I think also I think my balance on it's pretty bad. I think it will look okay. Well, I think it'll look better once it's mounted, but I think looking at it right now it does feel a little dubious to me. Trust the process? Well, I mean, I feel like this is me not trusting the process. I feel like this is what happens when I don't trust the process. This is me abandoning the process. A second. Big stretch. Ugh. 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 Hmm. Process radical form purist. So true. Hold on a second. Let's see if we can get on mounting this one. We can get on this. Okay, let's let that mount up, and then we'll do a little bit of cleaning on it. We got some metallics cleaning to do. Okay. Very good to know. Flashlight ran out. Really haven't damaged the paint that much? Jesus. That's crazy. Let's get rid of the silver. Let's deload the silver. This is so goofy. Right, this is so goofy. The extent to which these Roman soldiers in this have just like bags upon bags upon bags, like they're 21st century soldiers. Very goofy. Very, very goofy. And okay. Okay, I just need to write something down here. And okay. Almost where I want to be. Oh right, I gotta do some cleanup on this sword scabbard. All right, and let's do a little bit of upper highlighting, and then I think I'll call myself good. There's a little bit of highlight there. Okay. I think I'm ready to call that done. I think I'm ready to call this model done. I think I'm ready to call this model done. Oh, okay. I'm still getting back some streamer endurance. I kind of want to keep going, and I think if I had more vibrancy, I probably would, but I have been sleeping really horribly all week. So I am going to simply take my leave of all of you, and clean up. I think this guy turned out pretty good. Please let me know how you feel the stream went. Let me take a look around for raid targets. I have 2 raid targets that feel kind of obvious to me. And oh, hold on a second. Let me take a look here. Let me vibe check somebody here. Okay, so I was thinking about Grimmy, but I did just raid her on Tuesday. So it's really between Aiko, who is streaming Slay the Spire 2, or Evie Cakes, who has raided me several times, and I feel like I kind of owe her a little bit, who is doing Raft. And we've never raided her before. What are people feeling? Sure. Doesn't answer the question. Oh. Let's do Evie Cakes because we've never done her before. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Actually, no, I was making fun of Eiko. No, let's do EV Cakes. Let's do EV Cakes. All right. If you happen to be subbed, and if you happen to be not, next stream will be on Monday at 10 p.m. US Eastern. I will be doing calligraphy as ever. I might do a Sunday stream, but probably not. The next stream after that is... oh wait, hold on. We're going to Eiko. Just, EV Cakes is AFK, for a while. She's cooking. So we're going over to Eiko. Sorry about that. Sorry about the false raid out. Let's go over to Eiko. Alright, folks. Have a good night. I will see you all on Monday. Oh, the bot's really broken. Okay. Have a good rest of your night.